Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient pipes of Hogwarts had always whispered secrets, but never quite like this. As Marcus Prince sat in the dimly lit Slytherin common room, his quill hovering over an unfinished potions essay, he heard it again, a sound that shouldn't exist, a sound that made his blood run cold and his heart race with equal measure. It was the song of a basilisk, but unlike any he had ever read about in the countless books he devoured about serpentine magic. This wasn't the deadly hiss of a killer. It was a melody of loneliness and longing that echoed through the castle's veins. Marcus closed his eyes, his gift of Parseltongue translating the mournful notes into words that sent shivers down his spine. Born of fire and tears, cursed to walk alone, seeking one who hears the song of stone for 3 weeks. He had kept this secret buried deep within his heart, just as he had concealed his ability to speak with serpents for the past 7 years at Hogwarts. Being a Parselmouth in the post-Voldemort era was like carrying a dark mark of your own, a stigma that no amount of house unity talks or inter-house cooperation could erase. But tonight was different. Tonight, the song carried an urgency that pierced through his careful walls of self-preservation. The moon grows full, the curse awakens. Time runs short, as stone takes flesh. A movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention. Amara Shaw, a fellow 7th-year Slytherin, was watching him from her favorite armchair by the underwater window, where the giant squid's tentacles created ever-shifting shadows. Her dark eyes held that same keen intelligence that had earned her the highest marks in their year and made her the subject of whispered prejudices. A muggle born in Slytherin was still considered an anomaly by many even 25 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. "You can hear it too, can't you?" she asked quietly, closing her advanced arithmancy textbook. The singing in the walls, before Marcus could formulate a denial. A piercing cry echoed through the pipes, and Amara clutched her head in pain. Without thinking, Marcus rushed to her side, his carefully constructed facade crumbling in the face of her distress. "It's getting stronger," she whispered, her voice tight with tension. "Ever since the harvest moon began waxing, I've been having these dreams of turning to stone, of a shadow spreading through the castle, turning everyone like me into statues." Marcus's heart pounded against his ribs as the basilisk's warnings suddenly aligned with Amara's dreams. "We need to find it," he said, finally letting his guard down. "I can understand what it's saying. It's trying to warn us about something, a curse that's awakening." Amara's eyes widened, but there was no fear or judgment in them, only a fierce determination that reminded Marcus why the Sorting Hat had placed her in Slytherin. "Then what are we waiting for?" Their journey into the castle's depths began that very night. Using Marcus's ability to translate the basilisk song, they followed the melodic trail through forgotten corridors and hidden passages. The song led them deeper than even the dungeons, to places where the castle's foundation met ancient bedrock. It was there, in a chamber older than the Chamber of Secrets itself, that they found it. The basilisk was barely longer than Marcus's arm, its scales a pearlescent white that seemed to capture and reflect the light from their wands. But most extraordinary were its eyes. Instead of the deadly yellow orbs of legend, they swirled with the orange and gold of phoenix fire. "Child of contradiction," Marcus whispered in Parseltongue, understanding dawning as he gazed at the creature. "Born of death and healing, The basilisk coiled itself around a stone pedestal, its scales catching the wandlight like opal. Born of the phoenix's tear upon the serpent's egg, it confirmed, its voice carrying the same melodic quality that had echoed through the pipes. When the great water snake fell in the chamber of secrets, when the phoenix wept over the chosen one tear fell astray, finding ancient magic in waiting. Through Marcus's translation, Amara learned the terrible truth. Salazar Slytherin, in his final days, had laid a dormant curse in the very foundations of Hogwarts, a curse tied to the celestial dance of the heavenly bodies. When the harvest moon aligned with Mars in the House of Serpens, the curse would activate, turning all Muggle-born students to stone, fulfilling his vision of a pure Hogwarts. "But you're different," Amara said to the basilisk, showing the same analytical mind that had unraveled countless magical theories in class. "You're not just a creature of death like other basilisks. The phoenix terror that created you, it gave you the power to heal as well as harm." The basilisk bowed its head in acknowledgement, and Marcus translated its response. "I can reverse the petrification, but only at the moment the curse begins. Once it takes hold completely, not even my tears can break it." They had 3 days until the celestial alignment. 3 days to figure out how to use the basilisk's unique nature to prevent the curse from taking hold. 3 days in which Marcus and Amara barely left the hidden chamber, poring over ancient texts they smuggled from the restricted section, trying to understand the complex magic that tied curse, cure, and celestial bodies together. It was Amara who finally unraveled the solution, her understanding of arithmancy revealing patterns in the curse's structure that even Slytherin hadn't fully grasped. "The curse relies on the power of 3, she explained, her quill flying across parchment covered in complex equations. 3 celestial bodies, 3 magical elements, the stone of the castle, the blood of the founder, and the judgment of the heir, blood of the founder," Marcus muttered, a cold realization dawning. "My mother's family were distant descendants of Slytherin. That's why I can speak Parseltongue." The night of the alignment, as the harvest moon rose red as blood over the forbidden forest, Marcus and Amara put their plan into motion. In the heart of Hogwarts, where ley lines crossed beneath the Great Hall, they conducted an ancient ritual. The basilisk coiled around them, its scales glowing with internal fire as it sang a counter-curse in the ancient tongue of serpents. Marcus felt the pull of ancient magic in his blood, calling him to complete Slytherin's work. But as he looked at Amara, brilliant and brave and everything a Slytherin should be, he made his choice. Instead of activating the curse, he used his inheritance to break it, his blood freely given mixing with the basilisk's tears to cleanse the castle's foundations. The backlash of broken magic shook the castle to its roots. For a moment, everyone in Hogwarts felt it a weight they had never noticed suddenly lifting, like chains of prejudice finally breaking. The basilisk's song changed from lament to triumph, its dual nature death and healing, venom and tears becoming the key to transforming Slytherin's curse into a blessing. In the years that followed, the tale of the basilisk's lament became part of Hogwarts legend, whispered in common rooms and debated in history of magic classes. The small basilisk made its home in a specially created sanctuary beneath the lake, where students of all houses could visit and learn from its wisdom. Its song, once heard only by Marcus, now echoed occasionally through the castle as a reminder that the greatest magic comes not from purity of blood, but from the acceptance of apparent contradictions. Marcus went on to become the first openly Parselmouth professor at Hogwarts in centuries, teaching a newly created course on serpentine magic and its healing applications. And Amara, whose brilliant mind had unraveled an ancient curse, revolutionized the field of arithmancy with her theories on the mathematical patterns underlying generational magic. Together, they proved what the Sorting Hat had sung about for centuries, that Slytherin House was not defined by blood status or ancient prejudices, but by the cunning, ambition, and strength of character that could be found in any witch or wizard, regardless of their birth. The basilisk's dual nature became a symbol of this new understanding, a reminder that within every ending lies the seed of a new beginning, and within every curse might be found the elements of its own cure. Story 2. Dust motes danced in the pale moonlight streaming through the towering windows of Hogwarts Library as Helena Blackwood traced her fingers along the ancient spines of forgotten books. The restricted section had long since lost its power to intimidate her as head girl and a seventh-year Gryffindor with an insatiable appetite for magical history. She had spent more nights here than in her own common room. But tonight felt different. The air hummed with an unfamiliar magic that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand at attention. Her wand light caught something unusual, a faint silvery gleam behind the last shelf, where the oldest text lay untouched for centuries. Helena pushed aside a stack of crumbling manuscripts, revealing a narrow doorway that shouldn't exist. Her heart thundered in her chest as she stepped through, emerging into a circular chamber she had never seen mentioned in Hogwarts, a history or any other text she had devoured over the years. 7 mirrors lined the walls, each bearing the unmistakable eagle crest of Rowena Ravenclaw. But these were unlike any mirrors Helena had ever encountered. Instead of reflecting the chamber, each surface rippled like liquid silver, showing glimpses of what appeared to be Hogwarts. But not quite her Hogwarts. Fascinating, isn't it? A familiar voice echoed through the chamber. Helena spun around to find herself face to face with the portrait of Albus Dumbledore, but not the one that hung in the headmaster's office. This version seemed more substantial, more present, his blue eyes twinkling with their old light of mystery and mischief. Professor Dumbledore? But how am I able to maintain my full consciousness and memories, unlike other portraits? He smiled, the same way these mirrors exist beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. Rowena Ravenclaw's final and perhaps greatest creation windows into what might have been, what could be, and what must never come to pass. Helena approached the nearest mirror, her reflection shifting into a scene that made her blood run cold. Hogwarts in ruins. The dark mark floating triumphantly above its broken towers. In another, the castle stood intact, but eerily quiet, its halls empty of the usual magical bustle, as if magic itself had drained from the world. Alternative timelines, Dumbledore explained, moving from frame to frame within the chamber. Rowena foresaw that the fate of Hogwarts would one day hang in the balance, not just in one reality, but in all of them. She created these mirrors as both windows and doors, though few have the wisdom to use them properly. A shadow passed across all 7 mirrors simultaneously, like a cloud blocking out the sun in multiple worlds at once. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. And now, it seems, the threat she foresaw has finally arrived. Over the next several days, Helena practically lived in the mirror chamber, learning its secrets with Dumbledore's guidance. She discovered that each mirror showed a different version of Hogwarts. One where Voldemort had won the Battle of Hogwarts, another where magic was slowly dying as technology advanced, a third where the houses had never been divided, and others more bizarre and wonderful or terrible than she could have imagined. But the shadow grew darker in each reality, and through careful observation and research, Helena began to understand why. An ancient entity, something older than Hogwarts itself, was feeding on the magical barriers between realities. Every time it consumed the boundary between 2 timelines, those realities began to bleed into each other, creating chaos and instability. If it isn't stopped, Dumbledore warned, all timelines will collapse into one corrupted reality, one where magic itself might cease to exist. The solution, Helena realized, was both brilliant and terrifying. She would need to travel through the mirrors, gathering allies from different versions of Hogwarts to fight this threat that existed beyond any single reality. But every crossing weakened the barriers further, potentially accelerating the very collapse she was trying to prevent. Her first journey took her to the timeline where Voldemort had won. There, She found Neville Longbottom leading an underground resistance from the Room of Requirement, his face scarred but his spirit unbroken. In the magic-dying world, she recruited a brilliant Muggle-born Ravenclaw who had merged magic with quantum physics in ways previously unimaginable. From the United Hogwarts, she brought a descendant of all for founders who understood the school's magic at its deepest level. With each crossing, Helena felt the weight of multiple realities pressing against her mind. She saw versions of herself that had made different choices, lived different lives. Some were Ravenclaws, others had never come to Hogwarts at all. The boundaries between these selves began to blur, filling her head with memories of lives she hadn't lived. The entity revealed itself fully when Helena gathered her cross-dimensional team in the mirror chamber. It appeared as a void in the shape of a massive serpent, coiled around all of reality itself. Ancient runes along its length matched those found in Rowena's earliest journals. This was the Ouroboros, the world serpent of myth, attempting to devour all realities to return existence to its primordial state. The battle that followed transcended normal magical combat. Spells from different realities collided and merged, creating effects that defied the laws of magic as any of them knew them. The quantum physicists' calculations guided their timing, while the unity of the four founders' air reinforced the barriers between worlds. Neville's experience fighting in a darker timeline gave them the strategic edge they needed. Helena herself provided the final key. Drawing upon the accumulated knowledge and experiences of her alternate selves, she realized that the mirrors weren't just windows or doors, they were prisms, capable of refracting and redirecting the very essence of reality itself. Working together, the team used the mirrors to create a complex web of reflected magic that trapped the Ouroboros in a loop of its own making. As the entity was sealed away, the boundaries between realities stabilized, though the mirrors maintained their connection. The various versions of Hogwarts remained distinct, but now with small, controlled points of contact monitored through Ravenclaw's mirrors. Each Helena returned to her own timeline, changed by the experience of having seen how different choices could shape not just a life, but reality itself. In her own Hogwarts, Helena established a new section in the library dedicated to interdimensional magical theory. The mirror chamber remained secret to most, but select students and scholars were now permitted to study there under strict guidelines. Dumbledore's special portrait continued to guard the chambers, sharing his wisdom across all realities. Years later, students would sometimes catch glimpses of parallel worlds in ordinary mirrors throughout the castle, brief flashes of what might have been or what could still be. And in quiet moments, if they listened carefully, they might hear the harmonious echo of multiple realities, all anchored by one constant: Hogwarts, in all its variations, remaining a beacon of magic and wonder across the vast tapestry of existence. The mirrors of Ravenclaw stood as a testament to the true nature of magic, not just as a force for spells and enchantments, but as the very fabric that connected all possible worlds. And Helena Blackwood, the girl who had once simply loved reading about history, had become a part of that history herself, her story whispered in multiple realities as a reminder that the greatest magic comes not from power, but from the wisdom to see beyond the boundaries of what we believe is possible. Story 3, The Eternal Storm Above Hogwarts, cast shadows that danced across Theodore Flammel's star charts like living constellations. From his position atop the astronomy tower, the young professor watched as clouds spiraled in an unnatural pattern around a point directly above the castle's highest spire. For 3 days, this magical tempest had defied every atmospheric charm and weather-dispelling enchantment the faculty had attempted. Its eye centered perfectly above the tower, as if held there by an invisible anchor. But Theodore knew better. He had seen what the others hadn't: the massive form that had appeared in that first flash of lightning, its scales gleaming with the light of distant stars, its wings spanning the width of the castle itself. A celestial dragon, a creature straight from the pages of Astronomical Anomalies and Cosmic Creatures, a book his great-great-grandfather Nicholas had written but never published. A gentle knock at the tower door pulled him from his contemplation. Aurora Starweaver, a sixth-year student with an exceptional gift for astronomical divination, stood in the doorway, her silver-streaked black hair seeming to catch and reflect the strange light from above. "Professor Flammel," she said, her voice barely audible above the constant rumble of thunder. The centaurs sent a message. "Firenze requests your presence at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He says the stars are screaming. The journey to the forest's edge was treacherous, the magical storm having transformed Hogwarts' normally pristine grounds into a landscape of shadows and swirling mists. They found Firenze beneath an ancient oak tree, his eyes fixed skyward, his flanks trembling with barely contained energy. Young Flammel, the centaur acknowledged, his voice grave. What your ancestors feared has begun. The stellar sentinel has awakened. Theodore's heart skipped a beat. In his great-great-grandfather's private journals, there had been mentions of a final defense mechanism built into Hogwarts by the four founders, a celestial dragon, bound to the castle's astronomical alignments, programmed to awaken only in the face of a threat that could destroy not just the school, but the very fabric of magical reality. The stars speak of a corruption spreading through the ancient wards. Firenze continued, pawing at the ground nervously. The founders' artifacts, meant to anchor Hogwarts' deepest protections, have been tainted by dark magic accumulated over centuries. The Sentinel seeks those who can restore the balance before the corruption reaches the castle's heart over the next weeks. As the eternal storm raged overhead, Theodore assembled an unlikely team. Aurora Starweaver, whose ability to read the stars went beyond mere divination into something approaching communion. Marcus Moonshadow, a soft-spoken Hufflepuff who could see magical auras and had been watching the castle's protective enchantments fade like dying embers. And most surprisingly, a young centaur named Celeste, Firenze's daughter, who had inherited her father's gift for astrology, but rejected the traditional centaur policy of non-interference. Together, they deciphered the dragon's purpose through a combination of astronomical observations, ancient runes, and the forgotten writings of Nicholas Flamel. The four founders had each created an artifact infused with their power. Gryffindor's sword was well known, but there were others: Ravenclaw's astrolabe, Hufflepuff's chalice, not to be confused with the one Voldemort had turned into a Horcrux, and Slytherin's sundial. These objects, placed at specific points around Hogwarts, had maintained the castle's most fundamental enchantments for centuries. But dark magic left residual traces, and after hundreds of years of magical conflicts, duels, and battles fought within the castle's walls, these traces had begun to corrupt the artifacts. The celestial dragon, the stellar sentinel, had been created as a last resort, bound to awaken when the corruption reached a critical point. Through careful study of the storm's pattern and the dragon's movements, visible only in brief flashes of lightning, they identified the locations of the founders' artifacts. The sword hung in the headmaster's office, its corruption visible to Marcus as a subtle darkening of its magical aura. The astrolabe was hidden in a secret chamber beneath the astronomy tower, its once precise measurements now erratic and distorted. The chalice had been sealed in the heart of the Hufflepuff common room, its once nurturing magic turned sickly and bitter. The sundial, most corrupted of all, lay buried in the deepest chamber of the dungeons, its shadow now moving counter to the sun's true position. The process of cleansing the artifacts required a combination of skills as complex as the magic that had created them. Aurora's stellar observations guided them in timing their efforts with specific astronomical alignments. Marcus's ability to see magical auras helped them identify the exact nature of each corruption. Celeste's knowledge of celestial movements, passed down through generations of centaurs, proved crucial in understanding how the artifacts were meant to work together. The final ritual took place during a rare alignment of Jupiter and Mars with the Pleiades. As the celestial dragon circled overhead, now fully visible to all, its starlit scales illuminating the night sky, The team positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points of the castle. Theodore, standing in the astronomy tower with his great-great-grandfather's journals open before him, coordinated their efforts. The cleansing began with Gryffindor's sword, its blade catching the dragon's light and splitting it into a spectrum of magical energies that flowed through the castle's ley lines. The astrolabe's dials began to turn of their own accord, aligning with constellations that hadn't been visible in the night sky for centuries. The chalice filled with a liquid that shone like liquid starlight, its overflow seeping into the very stones of Hogwarts, while the sundial's shadow began to move in harmony with the celestial dragon's flight. As the artifacts were cleansed, the castle itself seemed to breathe. Colors became sharper, magical currents flowed more smoothly, and the very air hummed with renewed energy. The eternal storm began to dissipate, revealing a sky filled with stars that seemed closer and brighter than ever before. The celestial dragon made one final circuit of the castle, its massive form now shimmering with the combined light of the cleansed artifacts. As it passed over each tower, it left behind a trail of stellar fire that settled into the stone like stardust, reinforcing the renewed protective enchantments. Then, with a sound like distant chorus of phoenix song, it dissolved into a shower of falling stars that rained down over Hogwarts, each point of light finding its way into the restored magical matrix of the castle. In the years that followed, Theodore established a new branch of magical study at Hogwarts, combining astronomy with artifacts and ancient protections. Aurora Starweaver eventually succeeded him as professor of astronomical defense, while Marcus Moonshadow became an expert in magical architecture, helping to maintain and strengthen the castle's restored enchantments. Celeste established herself as a bridge between the Centaur community and Hogwarts, teaching students to read the warnings written in the stars. And on certain nights, when the stars align just so, those who watch carefully might see a shimmer of starlight scales in the sky above the astronomy tower, a reminder that Hogwarts' greatest guardian still watches from the cosmic depths, ready to return should the castle ever need its protection again. Story 4. The Great Hall fell silent as the Sorting Hat opened its weathered brim, but instead of beginning its traditional song, it let out a sound that made the enchanted ceiling flicker and the floating candles tremble. The ancient artifact shuddered on its stool, and when it spoke, its voice carried none of its usual playful rhythm. Instead, it resonated with an otherworldly power that made even the ghosts pause in their ethereal drifting. In deepest depths beneath these halls, where ancient magic weaves through walls, an artifact of binding power awakens at this fateful hour. United stand or severed fall, the 4 must answer destiny's call. For what was split must be made whole, lest magic's tide should cease to roll. The humble one shall lead the way. When walls between the houses sway, Ariadne Longbottom clutched the edge of the Hufflepuff table, her heart pounding as hundreds of eyes turned toward the staff table, waiting for an explanation that didn't come. As a fourth-year student who preferred the quiet comfort of the greenhouse to the spotlight, she wished she could sink into the shadows. But the hat's words had stirred something deep within her, a resonance with the castle itself, as if the ancient stones were trying to whisper secrets into her very bones. That night, lying awake in her 4-poster bed, Ariadne heard it clearly for the first time, the castle's voice. Not in words exactly, but in feelings and impressions that flowed through the stones like water through a stream. The walls of Hogwarts were alive with memories, and they were calling for help. Her search for answers led her to an unlikely ally, the ghost of Antonin Roll, a former Death Eater who had died during the Battle of Hogwarts. Unlike the other ghosts who haunted the castle's halls with varying degrees of cheerfulness or melancholy, Roll carried the weight of his choices like spiritual chains, his translucent form bearing the marks of the curses that had ended his life. "I can show you paths within these walls that even the Marauder's map never revealed," he told her, his ghostly voice heavy with regret. "In death, I've learned more about this castle's true nature than I ever understood in life. Perhaps that's my penance, to see clearly only when it's too late to change my own story. Their unlikely partnership soon expanded to include Diggy, a particularly ancient house elf who had served at Hogwarts since the days of Armando Dippet's headmastership. Diggy possessed knowledge of secret passages that connected parts of the castle in ways that defied ordinary magical architecture, and more importantly, he understood the deep magic that bound the house elves to Hogwarts itself. But the most surprising addition to their group came in the form of a painting, not just any painting, but a portrait of Godric Gryffindor himself, hidden away in a dusty corridor of the 7th floor. Unlike most paintings that held only echoes of their subjects' personalities, this Gryffindor seemed to possess a deeper awareness, his painted eyes holding secrets that made even the ghost of Roll uncomfortable. The artifact you seek, Gryffindor's portrait revealed, was created before we founded this school. It predates our division into houses, from a time when magic itself was wilder, less contained. We 4 founders used it to stabilize the magical foundations of Hogwarts, but in doing so, we bound our own differences into the very fabric of the castle. Through their combined efforts, Ariadne's connection to the castle's voice, Roll's knowledge of forgotten passages, Diggy's understanding of house elf magic, and Gryffindor's historical insights, they began to uncover the truth. The artifact was a crystalline sphere known as the Heart of Harmony, which had once unified different magical traditions before the founding of Hogwarts. But as they delved deeper into the castle's secrets, they discovered that the founders' use of the artifact had an unintended consequence. By channeling their own magical signatures through it to establish the house system, they had inadvertently created fault lines in the castle's magical foundation. Over centuries, as house rivalries deepened and prejudices took root, these fault lines had grown into cracks that threatened the very stability of Hogwarts magic. The journey to reach the artifact tested each member of their unlikely team. They navigated chambers that responded only to house elf magic, crossed bridges that required the repentance of a troubled soul to become solid, and solved riddles that demanded the wisdom of ages only Gryffindor's portrait could provide. When they finally reached the Heart of Harmony, housed in a chamber deep beneath the Great Hall, Ariadne understood why the Sorting Hat had spoken of her role. The artifact pulsed with a warm, golden light that resonated with the same frequency as the castle's whispers in her mind. As a Hufflepuff, she embodied the qualities of acceptance and unity that the founders had gradually lost sight of in their quest to create the perfect magical school. The ritual to heal the castle's foundations required representatives from all 4 houses, not just students, but embodiments of each house's true virtues. Roll's ghost represented Slytherin's capacity for redemption, while Diggy's unwavering loyalty and Gryffindor's portrait's wisdom completed the circle. Ariadne, channeling the castle's own voice, served as the catalyst that would bring them all together. As they worked to mend the magical fault lines, the castle itself seemed to breathe. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall rippled with aurora-like lights, and students from all houses felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of connection to one another. The very magic of Hogwarts was being rewritten, not to erase the house's differences, but to celebrate them as complementary parts of a greater whole. In the years that followed, the house system remained, but its nature had fundamentally changed. The Heart of Harmony continued to pulse beneath the castle, its restored magic ensuring that house differences would never again deepen into divisions. Ariadne became known as the Whisperer, a student who could hear the castle's voice and help others connect with Hogwarts' living magic. Roll's ghost found a measure of peace in his role as a cautionary tale, teaching students about the consequences of prejudice and the possibility of redemption. Diggy established a new tradition of house elves sharing their unique magical knowledge with interested students, breaking down yet another barrier within the magical community. And in the Great Hall, the Sorting Hat's songs took on a new theme, celebrating not just the differences between houses, but the strength that came from their unity. The prophecy that had started it all became known as the Hat's final prophecy, not because it never spoke another, but because it marked the final chapter of an old Hogwarts. and the beginning of a new one, where the bridges between houses proved stronger than the walls that divided them. Story 5. The seventh floor corridor of Hogwarts cast long shadows in the light of the setting sun, its ancient stones seeming to whisper secrets to those who knew how to listen. Luna Blackthorn paused before the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, her silver-blue ravenclaw robes catching the dying light. As she raised her hand to trace the familiar patterns of worn stone, a chill ran down her spine. Something had changed in the magic that permeated this sacred space. The Room of Requirement had been acting strangely for weeks. Students would enter seeking simple things: a quiet place to study, a practice room for spells, a sanctuary for secret meetings, only to find themselves in vast, impossible chambers that seemed to stretch beyond the physical boundaries of Hogwarts itself. More disturbing were the disappearances. 3 students in the past month, vanishing without a trace after entering the room. Luna knew she was different from other students who used the room. When she walked past the entrance, she didn't just feel the magic, she could see it, swirling in complex patterns that reminded her of the illustrations in her mother's old astronomy journals. It was a gift inherited from her namesake, Luna Lovegood, her grandmother's best friend, and her own godmother. Thinking of going in there alone, Blackthorn? The drawling voice of Scorpius Malfoy echoed through the corridor. The Slytherin prefect emerged from the shadows, his pale features sharp in the fading light. Even you must realize how foolish that would be. Luna turned to face him, noting the dark circles under his eyes and the way his usual smirk seemed forced. You've been researching it too, haven't you? In those ancient books your family keeps in their private library? Scorpius's mask of indifference cracked slightly. My grandfather's journals. They speak of something the first Malfoys discovered when they helped construct this part of the castle. Something about the true nature of the Room of Requirement that even the founders may not have fully understood. Their unlikely alliance formed in that moment, born of necessity and shared understanding. Scorpius might project the typical Malfoy arrogance, but Luna saw how he watched the younger students with careful concern, how he lingered in the corridor when first years ventured near the room. Their investigation led them to a forgotten portrait of Salazar Slytherin, hidden in the depths of the dungeons. Unlike the stern, prejudiced figure of legend, this younger version of the founder radiated a sharp intelligence and curiosity that transcended house rivalries. The room was never meant to be merely a magical storage space or a practice area, the portrait revealed. It was designed as a gateway, a means of accessing the deeper magical currents that flow beneath Hogwarts. But something has disturbed the ancient wards, turning the gateway into a portal to dimensions that should remain sealed through careful study of both Ravenclaw's most obscure texts and Malfoy's family records. Luna and Scorpius began to understand. The Room of Requirement drew its power from a nexus of ley lines that converged beneath Hogwarts. But it was meant to be controlled by a guardian, a witch or wizard, with a rare ability to see and shape the raw magic that flowed through these ancient pathways. The last true guardian was Helena Ravenclaw, Slytherin's portrait explained. After her death, the room's power was bound and limited to simpler transformations. But now the bindings are failing, and without a guardian to control it, the truth hit Luna like a bolt of lightning. Her ability to see the room's magic wasn't just a quirk inherited from her godmother. She was a potential guardian, perhaps the first in centuries. But accepting this role would mean binding herself to the room forever, becoming part of Hogwarts itself in a way few witches or wizards had ever experienced. Their breakthrough came too late to prevent one final crisis. The room's destabilizing magic tore open a portal to a dimension where a group of ancient wizards, once banished by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, had been plotting their revenge for centuries. They poured into Hogwarts through the room, their magic twisted by centuries of exile and bitterness. The battle that followed would be remembered as one of the most extraordinary in Hogwarts history. Luna, channeling the room's power through her newfound role as guardian, worked in perfect synchronization with Scorpius, whose profound understanding of ancient magic and natural leadership united students from all houses in defense of their school. The exiled wizards had not counted on facing the combined strength of a unified Hogwarts, led by a ravenclaw who could control the very fabric of the room's reality, and a Slytherin who proved that ambition could serve the greater good. As spells flew and reality itself seemed to bend, Luna realized that the room had been waiting for this moment, waiting for someone who could not only see its magic, but understand its true purpose as a bridge between different kinds of magic, different ways of thinking, different dimensions of reality itself. The final confrontation took place in a version of the room that contained elements of every form it had ever taken, the training ground of Dumbledore's army, the refuge of those hiding from the cryos, the storage space of centuries of lost and hidden things. Luna, standing at the center of this swirling chaos, finally embraced her role fully, using the room's power not to fight the exiled wizards, but to show them what they had forgotten in their centuries of isolation, the true wonder and beauty of magic untainted by revenge. In the aftermath, the Room of Requirement was transformed. Under Luna's guardianship, it became more than just a magical space that provided what was needed. It became a living testament to the power of unity and understanding. The missing students were recovered, found in pocket dimensions where time had moved differently, each returning with extraordinary tales and new perspectives on magic itself. Scorpius Malfoy's role in the battle helped reshape perceptions of Slytherin House, proving that cunning and ambition could be powerful forces for protection and positive change. He worked with Luna to document the room's true history and capabilities, creating a guide for future generations of students. Luna's position as guardian meant she would always be part of Hogwarts, her consciousness eventually joining the magical fabric of the castle itself, like Hogwarts' own version of a house ghost, but one capable of actively shaping and protecting the school's most mysterious space. Future students would sometimes glimpse her silvery form in the 7th floor corridor, or feel her guiding presence, and the room provided exactly what they needed in times of crisis. The Room of Requirement, once simply a magical curiosity, became a symbol of Hogwarts' endless capacity for growth and change. Under Luna's guardianship, it continued to meet the needs of students and teachers alike, but now with a deeper purpose, teaching each generation that the greatest magic comes not from power or knowledge alone, but from the ability to understand and bridge the gaps between different ways of seeing the world. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered their secrets on the night everything changed. As the harvest moon cast long shadows across the castle grounds, Isabella Forhart stood at the base of the astronomy tower, her wand trembling slightly in her hand. The restoration spell she'd been practicing should have been simple, a basic charm to reinforce the weathered stones. Instead, golden threads of magic erupted from her wand tip, weaving through the air like lightning seeking ground. Across the castle, in 3 other towers, similar scenes unfolded. Marcus Ravenscar, a studious Ravenclaw, found his theoretical calculations transforming into ribbons of blue energy in the North Tower. In the West Tower, Helga Thornhart, a Hufflepuff known for her healing abilities, watched in astonishment as her protective charm manifested as threads of amber light. And in the East Tower, Alexander Nightshade, a Slytherin prodigy in ancient runes, witnessed his careful inscriptions blazing with emerald radiance. None of them expected the magic to connect. The colored threads of energy stretched between the towers, forming a shimmering pyramid of light above Hogwarts. When they touched, a pulse of pure magical force swept through the castle, knocking all 4 students off their feet. In that moment, their minds connected, sharing a vision of 4 figures from centuries past performing an identical ritual, their magic weaving together to create a protective barrier around the school. As the vision faded, Isabella found herself not just aware of her own thoughts, but sensing echoes of the other's consciousness. Marcus's analytical mind raced with theoretical possibilities, Helga's empathy radiated concern for them all, and Alexander's cunning already sought ways to understand and control this connection. Professor McGonagall found them minutes later, each still standing in their respective towers, bound by threads of light. Her usual stern expression gave way to something closer to awe. "The ritual of the four towers," she whispered. "I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime." In the days that followed, the four students discovered their magic had become irrevocably intertwined. When Isabella cast a fire charm in Charms class, Marcus's quill would spark with tiny flames. When Helga practiced her healing spells in the hospital wing, Alexander would feel a surge of restorative energy course through him. They were connected in a way that hadn't been seen at Hogwarts for centuries. The library became their sanctuary as they searched for answers. Among dusty tomes and ancient scrolls, they learned of the Quadratus ritual, a ceremony performed every 500 years to reinforce the magical foundations of Hogwarts. The last ritual had been performed in 1523, which meant they had precisely 3 months until the next alignment when the ritual needed to be completed. But they weren't the only ones who knew about the ritual. Arcturus Blackthorn, a high-ranking official in the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, arrived at Hogwarts with an entourage of stern-faced wizards. His interest in the four students seemed scholarly at first, but Isabella soon discovered his true intentions. The ritual's power could be used to purify the school's magical essence. She overheard him telling his associates one evening, "We could ensure only those of proper magical heritage could enter these halls." Imagine a Hogwarts free from the dilution of Muggle-born magic. The words hit Isabella like a physical blow. As a Muggle-born witch herself, she knew exactly what Blackthorn's vision meant. When she shared this discovery with her bound companions, their reactions surprised her. Alexander, despite his pure blood heritage and Slytherin background, was the first to speak against it. "Magic is magic," he said firmly, his usual calculating demeanor replaced by genuine anger. "The ritual is about strengthening Hogwarts, not weakening it. By excluding talented witches and wizards, they began training in secret, learning to control their connected magic. Marcus developed theoretical frameworks for combining their powers, while Helga worked on maintaining their magical balance. Alexander's knowledge of ancient runes helped them understand the ritual's requirements, and Isabella's natural leadership united them into a cohesive team. As the day of the alignment approached, Blackthorn grew more aggressive in his attempts to control the ritual. He brought in ministry experts to supervise their preparation, instituted new school rules to keep them separated, and even attempted to have Isabella expelled on trumped-up charges. The night before the alignment, they made their move. Using their connected magic, they created a diversion in the Great Hall while sneaking up to their respective towers. Blackthorn had posted guards, but he hadn't counted on their ability to share magic across distances. When Alexander disarmed his guard with a perfect Expelliarmus, the spell replicated simultaneously at each tower, clearing their path. As the alignment began, celestial energy poured down from the stars, connecting with the tower's ancient stones. The four students began the ritual, their magic once again weaving together in brilliant streams of light. Blackthorn and his followers arrived, wands raised, but found themselves unable to penetrate the magical barrier created by the connected towers. The ritual reached its crescendo as the first light of dawn touched the castle. Their combined magic surged through Hogwarts' foundations, renewing and strengthening the ancient protections. But they added something new, a magical safeguard ensuring that Hogwarts would always remain open to any child with magical ability, regardless of their bloodline. As the magic settled, the four students felt their connection begin to fade, but something of their bond remained. They had become living proof of what Hogwarts truly stood for: unity across houses, acceptance of all magical folk, and the strength found in diversity. Years later, students would tell stories about the night the towers glowed with for colors, and how four unlikely friends saved the spirit of Hogwarts. The ritual of the Four Towers became legend, not just for the magic performed, but for the truth it revealed, that the greatest power comes not from exclusion, but from unity. Isabella Forehart went on to become a professor of magical theory at Hogwarts, dedicating her life to teaching young witches and wizards that magic knows no boundaries of birth or blood. And on quiet nights, when the harvest moon hangs low over the castle, some say you can still see faint threads of colored light dancing between the four towers, a reminder of the night when 4 students chose to protect not just the castle's stones, but its very soul. Story 7. The first dream came on a moonless night, when the stars seemed to pulse with ancient magic above Hogwarts' weathered towers. Theo Ravenscroft bolted upright in his 4-poster bed, his heart hammering against his ribs. In the dream, Rowena Ravenclaw had stood before him, her legendary diadem gleaming with an inner light that seemed to pierce his very soul. The shadows stirred, she had whispered, her voice echoing with centuries of wisdom. The price of knowledge was never meant to be paid twice. Morning light filtered through the blue hangings of the Ravenclaw dormitory, but Theo couldn't shake the lingering unease. As a direct descendant of Rowena Ravenclaw, a fact his father never tired of mentioning, he'd grown up hearing stories about his illustrious ancestor. But this had felt different, real. The first sign that something was wrong came during advanced arithmancy. Elizabeth Blackwood, a brilliant 7th-year Ravenclaw, was solving a complex magical equation when the numbers she wrote began to glow with an eerie blue light. Her eyes turned the same luminescent shade, and in a voice that wasn't quite her own, she began reciting mathematical theorems that weren't due to be discovered for centuries. Professor Vector had rushed to stop her, but the damage was done. 3 other Ravenclaws in the class suddenly displayed similar symptoms, their combined knowledge creating a swirling vortex of magical energy that cracked the classroom's ancient windows. Theo watched in horror as his housemates were escorted to the hospital wing, their eyes still glowing with that unnatural light. That night, Rowena visited his dreams again. This time, she stood in a chamber he'd never seen, surrounded by floating books and scrolls that seemed to whisper dark secrets. "The curse of knowledge unbridled," she murmured, reaching out to touch a book that instantly turned to ash. "I contained it once, but every chain breaks in time." When he awoke, a strange symbol had burned itself into his palm, an intricate pattern of ravens and stars that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at it. In the great hall that morning, he noticed Luna Starweaver, a Slytherin girl he'd barely spoken to, rubbing the same spot on her own palm. Their eyes met across the hall, and in that moment, another vision swept over them both. Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin standing together in a hidden chamber, combining their magic to contain something dark and hungry that fed on the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Luna approached him after breakfast, her silver-green tie a stark contrast to his blue and bronze. "You've seen her too," she said simply. It wasn't a question. "My mother was a Ravenclaw before she disappeared researching ancient magic. She left me her journals. I think I know what's happening." Together, they pieced together the truth. Centuries ago, Rowena's insatiable quest for knowledge had awakened something dangerous, a kind of magical parasite that fed on intellectual ambition, granting incredible power while slowly consuming the mind. She had contained it with Salazar's help, binding it within Hogwarts walls through a complex spell anchored to their own bloodlines. But now, with both their descendants present in the castle for the first time in centuries, the binding was weakening. The curse was leaking out, drawn to the brightest minds in Ravenclaw House. More students began showing symptoms. A 3rd year suddenly spoke all known human languages. A 5th year developed the ability to see through walls, driving herself to the brink of madness with constant, uncontrollable input. The hospital wing filled with Ravenclaws whose minds were being consumed by knowledge they were never meant to possess. Theo and Luna worked tirelessly in the library's restricted section, their matching marks burning brighter as they got closer to the truth. They discovered that the containment spell could be renewed, but it required both bloodlines working in perfect harmony and a sacrifice. One must give up what the other desires most. Luna read from her mother's journal. Knowledge for knowledge, ambition for ambition. The curse was spreading faster now. Even the castle itself seemed affected, with the stonework in Ravenclaw Tower beginning to crawl with glowing equations and ancient runes. When a first year collapsed, her mind overwhelmed by sudden understanding of the universe's deepest mysteries, Theo knew they were running out of time. On the night of the new moon, when the stars aligned in the same pattern as they had when Rowena and Salazar first cast their spell, Theo and Luna made their way to the hidden chamber from their visions. They found it behind a wall in the dungeons that only revealed itself when their marked palms pressed against it together. The chamber was exactly as Theo had seen in his dreams, but now the floating books and scrolls were almost transparent, their knowledge having leaked out over centuries. In the center stood a pedestal bearing a single crystal phial filled with swirling silver memories. "Your ancestors' greatest discoveries," Luna said softly, "and my ancestors' most powerful secrets. Together in one vessel, used to bait and trap the curse, as if summoned by their presence. Darkness began seeping from the walls, not shadow, but pure, distilled knowledge in its most dangerous form. It swirled around them, whispering promises of power and understanding beyond imagining. Theo felt it pull at his mind, offering to unlock every mystery he'd ever pondered. Beside him, Luna trembled as it promised to reveal the location of her lost mother. The curse knew their deepest desires and offered to fulfill them all. But as their marks burned white-hot, Theo and Luna raised their wands together. The renewal spell was complex, requiring perfect synchronization between Ravenclaw's thirst for knowledge and Slytherin's cunning ambition. As they cast, each had to willingly surrender what they desired most: Theo's chance to unlock all of Rowena's lost knowledge, and Luna's hope of using Salazar's secrets to find her mother. The crystal phial between them shattered, and for a moment, the chamber filled with blinding light. When it faded, the darkness was gone, safely bound once again within Hogwarts walls. The affected students recovered, though none remembered their brief brush with all-consuming knowledge. In the years that followed, Theo and Luna remained close friends, bound by their shared secret and sacrifice. They understood better than most that some knowledge comes at too high a price, and that true wisdom lies not in knowing everything, but in knowing what not to know. The mark on their palms faded to a faint scar, a reminder of the night they chose to protect their fellow students over their own deepest desires. And sometimes on quiet evenings in the library, they would catch glimpses of Rowena's ghost among the shelves, nodding in quiet approval of the choice they had made. Story 8. Sophia Mirrormond stood alone in the room of requirement, her breath catching as she watched the impossible scene unfold in the ancient mirror before her. Unlike the familiar reflection she'd expected to see, the ornate golden frame held a vision of Hogwarts in flames, its proud towers crumbling under an assault of dark magic that seemed to devour the very stones themselves. The discovery of the mirror had been an accident, a wrong turn, while trying to escape Peeves' latest prank during the preparation for Hogwarts' millennial celebration. But as she stood there, watching possible futures shimmer and shift across the mirror's surface like oil on water, Sophia knew this was no ordinary magical artifact. Fascinating, isn't it? The voice behind her made her jump. Aurora Blackthorn, a Slytherin prefect known for her expertise in magical artifacts, emerged from the shadows. The mirror of cryos, I've been searching for it, since I found references to it in the Founder's journals. Before Sophia could respond, the mirror's surface rippled again, showing a different future. 4 objects of power scattered across the castle grounds, their magic pulsing in harmony with Hogwarts' ancient wards. In this vision, the school stood proud and untouched, its magic stronger than ever. That night, unable to sleep, Sophia sneaked into the restricted section of the library. Among dusty tomes and whispering grimoires, she discovered the truth. The mirror was one of 4 artifacts created by the founders, designed to activate during Hogwarts' most vulnerable century, its millennium. Together, they formed a defensive network that could either protect the school or leave it exposed to ancient forces that had coveted its power for centuries. The next morning, Sophia did something unprecedented. She approached students from every house. Marcus Wintersmith, a quiet Ravenclaw with an encyclopedic knowledge of magical theory. Diana Hawthorne, a fierce Gryffindor duelist. And Lucas Nightshade, a Hufflepuff known for finding hidden passages within the castle. Each had seen different visions in their dreams, though they hadn't known their significance until now. As they began their search for the remaining artifacts, the mirror continued to show them glimpses of possible futures. Some were bright with hope, others dark with despair, but all centered around the approaching millennial celebration. In one particularly disturbing vision, they watched Professor Blackwood, the beloved ancient runes teacher, opening ancient seals beneath the castle, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. Their first breakthrough came in the astronomy tower, where Marcus decoded star charts left by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, leading them to Helga Hufflepuff's chalice of unity, not the famous cup in the paintings, but a smaller, unassuming goblet that could strengthen the bonds between the houses when filled with freely given magic. Diana's skill in magical combat proved essential when they retrieved Gryffindor's beacon from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, fighting off ancient guardians that had protected it for centuries. The magical torch burned with a flame that could never be extinguished, designed to light the way through the darkest of magic. Lucas discovered Slytherin's contribution in the Chamber of Secrets itself, not the famous chamber everyone knew about, but a smaller, hidden room accessed through the kitchens. There they found the Serpent's Scale, a delicate silver instrument that could detect dark magic and reveal hidden truths. But as they collected each artifact, Professor Blackwood's behavior grew increasingly erratic. Sophia caught him late one night in his office, surrounded by ancient texts, muttering about necessary sacrifices and the greater good. The mirror showed her a vision of him as a young man, discovering texts that spoke of using Hogwarts' millennial transformation to reshape the very nature of magic itself. The night before the celebration, Sophia had one final vision in the mirror, Professor Blackwood performing a ritual that would use the gathered magical energy of the celebration to break down the barriers between realities. Believing he could create a world where magic was unlimited and unrestricted. The cost would be the complete destruction of the current magical world order, starting with Hogwarts itself. As thousands of witches and wizards gathered for the millennial celebration, Sophia and her friends put their plan into action. They positioned the artifacts at key points around the castle, the chalice in the Great Hall, the beacon atop the highest tower, and the Serpent's Scale in the deepest dungeon. The mirror they kept mobile, using it to track the shifting futures as they moved through the castle. When Professor Blackwood began his ritual at midnight, drawing on the combined magical energy of thousands of celebrating witches and wizards, he found himself opposed not by aurors or teachers, but by 4 students wielding the Founder's own artifacts. The chalice absorbed and redirected the excess magical energy, the beacon burned away the encroaching darkness, and the Serpent's Scale revealed the hidden runes he'd placed around the castle. The final confrontation took place in the heart of Hogwarts, where the castle's ley lines converged. As Blackwood raised his wand for the final incantation, Sophia raised the mirror. It caught and reflected his spell, but instead of showing him the future he desired, it showed him the truth, countless possible futures where his actions led not to magical liberation, but to chaos and destruction. The magical backlash was tremendous. When the dust settled, Blackwood was gone, not dead, but trapped in the space between possibilities that the mirror could glimpse. The artifacts, their purpose fulfilled, transformed into simple tokens that would activate again only when Hogwarts faced its next great crisis. As the celebration continued above, Sophia and her friends sat in the room of requirement, watching their own reflections in the now ordinary mirror. They had prevented one dark future, but the mirror had shown them thousands of possibilities. Hogwarts would face other challenges, other threats, but it would also have other defenders. Years later, students would whisper about the 4 artifacts hidden somewhere in the castle, waiting for the next time they would be needed. And in the room of requirement, a simple mirror waited patiently, ready to show the right person, at the right moment, exactly the future they needed to see. Story 9. The ancient egg pulsed with a faint golden light beneath the dark waters of the Black Lake, its iridescent shell catching what little sunlight penetrated the depths. Arthur Wyvern, a 5th-year Hufflepuff who had always preferred the company of magical creatures to his fellow students, watched in fascination as Professor Kettleburn's levitation charm brought the eggs slowly to the surface during their Care of Magical Creatures lesson. None of the other students seemed to notice the whisper's soft, melodic sounds that seemed to emanate from the egg, calling to something deep within Arthur's soul. As the egg broke the water's surface, its shell now gleaming like polished opal in the autumn sunlight, the whispers grew into a song that made his heart ache with an ancient longing he couldn't explain. Extraordinary, Professor Kettleburn muttered, his magical eyes spinning wildly as he examined the egg. This species has been extinct for centuries. A dawn drake, if I'm not mistaken, the rarest and most magical of all dragon breeds. That night, Arthur couldn't sleep. The egg's song echoed in his dreams, filling his mind with visions of vast dragons soaring through storm-filled skies, their scales shimmering with magical energy. In these dreams, robed figures stood alongside the dragons, their hands raised as they spoke in the same melodic language Arthur had heard from the egg. During breakfast the next morning, an owl arrived carrying a letter written in an elegant hand he didn't recognize. Inside was a single sentence. The blood of the dragonimages still flows through your veins. Young Wyvern. The signature was a simple drawing of a dragon curved into the shape of an infinity symbol. Professor Goldweave, the new Defense Against the Dark arts teacher, found him in the library later that day, surrounded by books about ancient dragon lore. Her golden eyes seemed to pierce right through him as she sat down. I wondered if one would appear in my lifetime, she said softly, pulling an ancient tome from her robes. The signs have been there since you arrived, your natural affinity for magical creatures, the way dragons in paintings turn to watch you pass, even your name. But the egg's appearance confirms it. The book she opened contained illustrations of wizards and witches standing among dragons, their hands glowing with the same golden light Arthur had seen in the egg. These were the dragonimages. She explained, an ancient order of witches and wizards who could communicate with dragons on a spiritual level, strengthening and sharing their magic in ways that had been lost to time. But as Arthur delved deeper into his newfound heritage, dark forces stirred. Former Death Eaters, led by the notorious Corvus Blackthorn, had been watching Hogwarts carefully, waiting for signs of dragon magic. They believed that controlling a dragonimage would give them the power to raise an army of dragons, allowing them to succeed where Voldemort had failed. The egg was moved to a secure chamber deep within the castle, but Arthur could still feel its pull. Under Professor Goldweave's guidance, he began to learn the ancient arts of his ancestors. The professor, he discovered, was more than just a teacher. She was a guardian, part of a secret society that had protected the knowledge of the dragonimages for centuries. As Arthur's powers grew, so did the danger. Strange figures were spotted in Hogsmeade, and dark magic triggers around the castle's protective barriers became more frequent. During a particularly brutal winter storm, Arthur woke to find the egg's song had changed to a desperate cry for help. Racing through the castle's corridors, he arrived at the secure chamber just as Blackthorn and his followers broke through the defenses. In the chaos that followed, a stray curse struck the egg's protective casing. As magical energy crackled through the air, Arthur felt something awakening, not just in the egg, but in himself. Words in the ancient dragon tongue spilled from his lips without thought, and golden light erupted from his hands. The egg's shell cracked, revealing not a baby dragon, but a swirling vortex of pure magical energy. This, Professor Goldweave would later explain, was the true treasure the Death Eaters sought, the concentrated essence of dragon magic, preserved for centuries until a true Dragomage could release and control it. Blackthorn, his eyes gleaming with desperate hunger, reached for the swirling energy. But Arthur, drawing on knowledge that seemed to flow from his very blood, began to sing in the dragon tongue. The magic responded, swirling around him in a dance of gold and silver light. In that moment, Arthur saw the truth of his heritage. The Dragomages hadn't simply commanded dragons, they had understood that dragon magic was about harmony, not control. As this realization filled him, the magical essence surged through his body, transforming him. His eyes blazed with inner fire, and ancient runes of power shimmered beneath his skin. The Death Eater's spells bounced harmlessly off the shield of dragon magic surrounding him. With another song in the ancient tongue, Arthur directed the energy outward, not to attack, but to bind and contain. Golden chains of light wrapped around Blackthorn and his followers, holding them in place until Aurors could arrive. In the aftermath, as the sun rose over Hogwarts towers, Arthur stood with Professor Goldweave on the astronomy tower, watching a shower of golden sparks still falling from the sky, remnants of the dragon magic that had been released. "The age of Dragomages isn't over," she said, smiling. "It's just beginning anew. There will be others. The magic in your blood has awakened something that was sleeping in the world. But you, Arthur Wyvern, will be remembered as the one who brought it back." In the years that followed, Arthur established a new sanctuary at Hogwarts for the study of dragon magic. Young witches and wizards with the ancient bloodline began to appear, drawn by the awakened power. The dragons, too, returned to Britain in greater numbers, no longer just fierce creatures to be tamed, but partners in a magical legacy reborn. And sometimes on quiet nights, students would swear they could hear dragon song echoing across the lake, the voice of the ancient magic that had chosen a quiet Hufflepuff boy to restore balance to the magical world. Story 10. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows of Hogwarts' Forgotten Wing, casting prismatic shadows across Helena Blackthorn's face as she traced her fingers over the ancient grimoire's weathered cover. The book had called to her, its magic resonating with something deep in her blood, a whisper of destiny that had led her to this dusty corridor, where even the ghosts feared to tread. The grimoire's lock clicked open at her touch, releasing a soft sigh of centuries-old magic. As she opened it, words appeared on the previously blank pages, written in shimmering silver ink. "To the last guardian, when darkness stirs again." Helena's heart raced as she realized the book had been waiting for her, specifically her, all this time. But before she could read further, a shadow fell across the page. Marcus Silverhorn, the Slytherin boy whose reputation for dark magic research had made him both feared and respected, stood in the doorway. His silver eyes widened at the sight of the grimoire. "So it chose you," he said softly, his usual arrogance replaced by something closer to awe. "The grimoire of the Sentinel Order. My family's records spoke of its existence, but we thought it lost centuries ago." Before Helena could respond, a piercing scream echoed through the castle. In the days that followed, students began disappearing, first a first-year Gryffindor, then a Hufflepuff prefect, each reappearing days later with no memory of where they'd been. Their eyes held a haunted look, as if they'd seen things their minds refused to remember. The grimoire revealed the terrible truth. Centuries ago, a secret society of witches and wizards had bound an ancient horror beneath Hogwarts, a being of pure magical entropy that fed on memories and magic itself. The binding spell required constant renewal by chosen guardians, one from each generation. But somewhere along the line, the chain had been broken. The last renewal should have happened 50 years ago, Marcus explained, his family's dark knowledge filling in the gaps. But the chosen guardian was killed in Grindelwald's war before they could complete the ritual. Now the binding is unraveling. Helena discovered that her own grandmother had been part of the Sentinel Order, though she died before she could pass on the knowledge. The grimoire had recognized her bloodline, choosing her as the new guardian. But the ritual required both light and dark magic working in perfect harmony, which explained why Marcus had been drawn into this as well. As they delved deeper into the grimoire's secrets, more students vanished and reappeared. Each time, the castle's very magic seemed to dim a little more. Ancient wards flickered, portraits became sluggish, and even the staircases moved with less vitality. Professor McGonagall found them in the library one night, surrounded by ancient texts. Her stern face softened with recognition as she saw the grimoire. "So it has begun again," she said quietly. "I was there, you know, when the last guardian fell. We thought we had found another solution, but clearly," she paused, looking at the two students. "The burden falls to you now, together." Helena and Marcus traced the entity's prison to the deepest level of the castle, far below even the Chamber of Secrets. Ancient runes lined the walls, their power fading like dying embers. In the center of the chamber stood a crystalline structure that pulsed with sickly light, tendrils of dark energy seeping through cracks in its surface. But as they prepared the renewal ritual, they discovered a horrible truth. Marcus's great-grandfather had been there the night the last guardian died. He hadn't tried to help, he had orchestrated it, believing he could harness the entity's power. The attempt had failed, but the guilt of that betrayal had been passed down through the Silverhorn line. Now, facing the weakening prison, Marcus had to choose between his family's ambitions and the safety of Hogwarts. The entity whispered to him, promising unlimited magical knowledge and power beyond imagination. For a moment, he wavered. Helena watched him struggle, the grimoire's pages turning on their own to reveal one final secret. The original binding had been cast by two lovers, one from a family of light, one from darkness. Their combined magic, born of trust and sacrifice, had been strong enough to cage entropy itself. As the crystal prison began to crack, Marcus made his choice. Stepping away from the darkness his family had embraced, he joined hands with Helena. Their magic intertwined her pure, protective power and his carefully controlled darkness, creating a harmony not seen in centuries. The renewal ritual was beautiful and terrible. Helena and Marcus poured their magic into the ancient runes, their combined power flooding the chamber with light and shadow. The entity fought back, sending waves of memory-stealing energy that threatened to erase them completely. But in that moment of perfect balance between light and dark, something extraordinary happened. The grimoire itself dissolved into pure magical energy, its centuries of gathered power joining with their spell. The crystal prison reformed, stronger than ever, sealed with magic born not just of necessity, but of trust and understanding between two people who should have been enemies. The missing students were found in hidden pockets throughout the castle, their memories slowly returning. The castle's magic brightened, the ancient wards strengthening under the renewed binding. Helena and Marcus became the new guardians, their magical signatures forever entwined in the spell that protected Hogwarts. Years later, students would whisper about the Ravenclaw and Slytherin, who sometimes appeared in the Forgotten Wing late at night, checking the bindings that held back chaos. The grimoire had reformed itself, waiting for the next generation of guardians, but its pages now contained a new story, one of redemption, sacrifice, and the power of choosing one's own path. And in the deepest chamber beneath Hogwarts, the crystal prison gleamed with a steady light, its runes powered by a magic that proved what the founders had known all along: that true strength comes not from pure light or pure darkness, but from the courage to find balance between the two.